hour of 12 noon having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Madden. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Good morning. Today I will be offering a Unitarian Universalist invocation. As we begin this session, may we center ourselves in the gravity and privilege of public service. We call upon that which is known by many names: Spirit of Justice, Source of Wisdom, God, Allah, Bhagwan, or simply the highest good we each seek, to guide us with clarity and compassion in the work ahead. May we lead with integrity, listen with humility, and may we speak with courage and compassion. Though we come from many walks of life and hold many different beliefs, let us be united in our shared purpose to uphold the dignity of every person, to protect the vulnerable, and to shape a future of fairness and possibility for all Pennsylvanians. Let our decisions reflect the best in us, our debates be marked by respect, so that the legacy of this House may be one of service, wisdom, and hope. With this intention, let us begin our work. Amen, and let it be so.
I pledge allegiance. Sergeant at arms, please open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the journal from Thursday, June 26, 2025 will be postponed until printed. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Colleagues, please take your seats. We have some special guests here. If you can please take your seats and take your conversations off the floor. This afternoon, to open up our session, we have a tremendous trailblazer in our presence. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, we are grateful to have in our presence a trailblazer. For nearly 3 decades, Ms. Melba Tolliver reported and anchored news for various networks throughout the United States. In addition to writing national magazines and newspapers throughout her career, she was honored with prestigious awards for her work, including an honorary doctorate of humane letters from Molloy College. Ms. Melba Tolliver is best remembered because in 1971, she took a courageous stance. She refused to cover her natural hair with a wig or even a scarf, as she wore an afro while reporting on the White House wedding of President Nixon's daughter, Tricia Nixon. Her defiance was powerful and standing hard against race-based appearance discrimination, one that echoes in the Pennsylvania Crown Act. Her story reminds us of why prohibiting discrimination based upon one's hair, how it grows out of one's head, or how one chooses to style it is necessary legislation. She's accompanied today by her assistants, Andy Latisse, who the chair had a moment to say hello to just a few minutes ago, and she is the guest of two of our colleagues, Representative Madden, who just prayed from Monroe County, and Representative Freeman from Northampton County. Ms. Melba Tolliver, if you have the ability, please stand. We are so grateful to have you on the floor of the House. In the gallery, our colleague, Representative Fleming, has Gabe Scott visiting. Gabe is the 2025 championship winner of the 60-meter indoor race from the Mid-Penn District Championship. At the PIAA State Championships, Gabe won the 100-meter and placed second. Gabe is here with his mom and family in the gallery. Gabe, where are you? We are so happy to congratulate you. Welcome. Representative Hill Evans, who serves York, has her legislative intern here today. We have Yesenia Rivera, Cooper May, a senior at Redland High School, Zoe Schneider, who attends the University of Missouri, and Sherrod Anderson, who attends Howard University. With these hardworking folks from York, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Malagary, who serves Montgomery County, has Samia Alam, his intern, and his district office director, Gretchen Barra. Representative Malagary has Samia Alam, his legislative intern, and his district office director, Gretchen Berry. Samia is a student at Pitt, studying poli-sci and international relations. Samia and Gretchen, where are you? Welcome to the floor of the House. Please stand. Thank you for your hard work. And Monco. Representative Kazim, who serves Delaware County, has her legislative intern, Jamara Davis, who just graduated from Clark Atlanta University with a BA in criminal justice. Jamara, thank you for being here and working in Delco this summer. Where are you? Wave or stand to us. Representative Warren has his legislative interns and district office team members from Bucks County here. We have Leah Levitin, who's a Penn State student. We have Miles Power Shaw, who's also a Pitt student. We have Daniel Cherepko, who attends West Virginia University. And we are so grateful for all they'll do in Bucks County this summer. Where are you all? Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Madden, who serves Monroe County, has her legislative interns here today. Angie Espinoza, a student at Pitt. Brianne Roman, a student at Kutztown. With these hardworking folks from the Poconos, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The majority leader moves that the following bill be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 1261. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 27, 2025. House Bill 1667, House Bill 1668, both to Finance. House Bill 1676 to Labor and Industry, referrals June 30th, 2025. House Bill 1678 to Finance, Senate Bill 800 to Game to Fisheries. House Bill 1673, House Bill 1677, Senate Bill 520, Senate Bill 779, those for the Judiciary. House Bill 1674, State Government, House Resolution 275 to Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development, and House Bill 1675 to Transportation.
Chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bills. House Bill 377, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1427, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1562, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1629, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 739, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 99, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The Chair recognizes Representative Samuelson, Chair of the Committee on Finance, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1667, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1668, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Samuelson, Chair of the Committee on Finance, who reports the following bill with a request that it be re-referred. House Bill 1176 to the Committee on Judiciary. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 103, House Bill 309, House Bill 354, House Bill 640, House Bill 799, House Bill 865, and House Bill 1431. With the information, the Senate has passed the same with amendment in which the concurrence of the House of Representatives is requested. Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 211, House Bill 261, House Bill 304, House Bill 378, House Bill 553, House Bill 615, House Bill 992, and House Bill 1103. With the information, the Senate has passed the same without amendment. The Clerk of the Senate being introduced informed that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill numbered and entitled as follows. Senate Bill 78, Senate Bill 89, Senate Bill 129, Senate Bill 411, and Senate Bill 518.
The Chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the Governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 211, House Bill 261, House Bill 304, House Bill 378, House Bill 553, House Bill 615, House Bill 992, House Bill 1103, Senate Bill 78, Senate Bill 89, Senate Bill 109, Senate Bill 129, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 255, Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 411, Senate Bill 466, Senate Bill 518, Senate Bill 649, and Senate Bill 719. Whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, Minority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will caucus at 1 p.m. and return to the floor at 2:30 p.m. Again, House Republicans will caucus at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be a Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room immediately upon the break.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Cambria, Representative Burns, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Professional Licensure Committee will meet immediately at the break at 60 East Wing. We will be considering House Bill 1646, Senate Bill 838, and Senate Bill 842. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Young, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately following the Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The House will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 2:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair grants permission to Amy Dilger with the Associated Press to take still photography for a period not to exceed 10 minutes. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1507, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1553, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1572, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Senate Bill 90, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Senate Bill 95, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 18, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 103, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 129, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 309, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 354, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 482, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 640, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 799, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 865, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 956, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1431, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1532, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1540, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1574, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Burns, Chair of the Committee on Professional Licensure, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1646, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Senate Bill 838, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Senate Bill 842, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Deloso, Chair of the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations, who reports the following resolutions. House Resolution 219, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 5, printers number 0035 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Will the clerk read a summary of the resolution?
A resolution designating September 18, 2025 and September 18, 2026 as State Grange Day in Pennsylvania and celebrating the Pennsylvania State Grange on its 152nd and 153rd anniversaries. Introduced by Representative Conklin.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? 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 The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 200, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 264, printers number 1962, on page 6 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of September 2025 as Thyroid Cancer Awareness Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Steve Malagari.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Malagari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 264. This recognizes the month of September 2025 as Thyroid Cancer Awareness Month in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is more than just a legislative calendar line for us today. For me, this is personal. Just this past year,
the gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order. Members will take their seats. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just this past year, my own family was affected by thyroid cancer. After years of regular monitoring by an endocrinologist, my wife had grown used to hearing that the nodule on her thyroid was benign and stable. But in the fall of 2024, just this last fall, as we began the journey, as we were actually going through the journey of starting a family through IVF, this is our third round of IVF, a new round of tests revealed something unexpected. So a routine ultrasound in October raised new concerns, and a biopsy followed in November, and by January, we were sitting in the surgical consult. I remember it that day. I was in the room with her, and on March 11th, my wife had her thyroid removed entirely, along with the lymph nodes that surround it. After the procedure, we got the confirmation that it was cancer. We were lucky. We were lucky that IVF led us to those tests. We were lucky to have access to excellent health care. We were lucky to have Penn Medicine close by. And yes, lucky to have the surgery remove all of the cancer and give us a chance to move forward. But while that chapter is now behind us, every single day brings new realities. And the thyroid, as many of you know, is a very small organ, but it controls so much of the body's essential functions.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order. Members will please be seated. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you lose your thyroid gland, it changes how you live. It's a quiet, constant reminder of what could have been. And that's why this resolution matters. Thyroid cancer doesn't always make itself known until it's very far along. Awareness and early detection and access to care is key. Every Pennsylvanian deserves that chance to catch this disease early and to fight it effectively and to survive it fully. So by recognizing September as Thyroid Cancer Awareness Month, we not only honor those that have fought for the disease, but support those that are currently managing or in treatment, and recommit ourselves to educating the public and strengthening our healthcare systems. So I ask for your affirmative vote, not just as a legislator, but as a husband, as a friend, and I ask for your support in making this small but meaningful resolution for families across our Commonwealth a reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 200, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 142, printers number 1109 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution directing the Joint State Government Commission to conduct a study and issue a report on the best practices and recommendations for the operation of juvenile detention centers within this Commonwealth. Introduced by Representative Carol Kazim.
Will the House agree to the resolution? It's the chair's understanding that Representative Kephart will withdraw Amendment A01393. The chair thanks the gentleman. On the resolution, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, the maker of the resolution, Representative Kazim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just asking for a vote from both sides of the aisle. This is just asking that a joint study will take place to look at the best practices and conduct the best safety measures for our youth across the state of Pennsylvania. Thank you very much.
The chair thanks the lady. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 109, the nays are 94. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 18, printers number 1974 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for review hearing.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 482, printers number 1942, on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for the National Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1574, printers number 1862, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates the Redevelopment Authority Startup Loan Program.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 840, printers number 0931, on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill modernizes Pennsylvania slot machine regulations.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1261, printers number 1484 on page 3 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits firefighting foam containing an intentionally added PFAS chemical with certain exemptions.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Stender offers Amendment A01259. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Northumberland County, Representative Stender.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment makes several critical changes to this bill to align it with the interests of our firefighters across Pennsylvania, such as requiring the fire commissioner to maintain a list of vendors authorized to remove and incur liability in the transport and removal of the Class B firefighting foam, ensuring all funds gained from any violations would go towards the Fire and EMS Company Grant Program. By implementing some of these changes, it is my hope that we can further serve Pennsylvania's firefighter community and ensure their risks and exposure to PFAS chemicals is minimized. I ask for the affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Bucks County, Representative Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment A01259 is an agreed-to amendment, and I encourage a yes vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree? It is the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. On that question, the chair... The chair thanks the members. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amendment will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1532, printers number 1904, on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the municipalities planning code to authorize individual municipalities to adopt specific plans and permit both residential and non-residential development to be covered by them.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Miller offers Amendment A01388. Will the House? It's the chair's understanding the amendment is withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Marcel offers Amendment A01085. Will the House agree to the amendment?
Taking the Brett Miller amendment and withdrawing Guzman. Oh my goodness.
You're fine.
On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Bucks County, Representative Marcel.
She said, what does a day matter? Do we need to?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask for your support for Amendment 1085.
Madam Speaker.
This amendment is a much-needed safeguard to ensure that local officials do not
will
preclude
suspend.
any...
For what purpose does the gentlelady rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
The gentlelady is in order. Oh, hold on. The gentlelady will approach the rostrum. The gentlelady, Representative Marcel, may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask for your support for Amendment 1085. This amendment is a much-needed safeguard to ensure that local officials do not preclude any energy source or type when they make specific plans. This amendment would ensure all Pennsylvania businesses and homeowners would have the opportunity to access a variety of energy options, whether it be natural gas, solar, wind, geothermal, or other. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Krueger.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
The gentlelady will state her motion.
Madam Speaker, I make a motion to table Amendment 1085 pursuant to Rule 59.
Representative Krueger moves that Amendment A1085 be laid on the table. On that question, members are reminded the motion to lay on the table is debatable by only the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On the motion, the chair recognizes Representative Krueger. The chair recognizes Representative Marcel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that my amendment deserves a vote because we need to be voting on whether or not local officials can preclude any energy source or type when they make plans for us locally. I would please ask everyone to please vote against the motion to table.
The chair recognizes the minority leader, the representative from Bedford County, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the motion to table. This is an amendment that is worthy of debate, particularly in a time when we are looking to expand what our energy sector can do to unleash economic growth throughout the Commonwealth. By tabling this amendment, we will once again be putting that off to another day when we distinctly are at a time where we need that energy development. And so I would ask the members to oppose this motion to table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 102, the nays are 101. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the amendment is laid on the table. It is the chair's understanding that Representative Kuzma withdraws Amendment A01365. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1234, printers number 1468, on page 2 of today's calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides Medicaid and CHIP coverage of home blood pressure monitors.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Roy offers Amendment A01182. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment, and I encourage members to vote yes.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, the gentle lady from Allegheny County, Representative Mays.
Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the moms of this Commonwealth, this is agreed to amendment.
The chair thanks the gentle lady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? On the amendment, the ayes are 203 and the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill will be, as amended, will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1599, printers number 1913, on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for membership in regional transmission organization.
Will the House agree to the bill? On that question, Representative Shurin offers Amendment A01329. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative, the gentlelady from Montgomery County, Representative Shurin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to offer Amendment AO 1329, which amends House Bill 1599. My amendment adds an important component to the electric distribution company reporting requirement in the bill. The direct effect on affordability of electricity for ratepayers in the Commonwealth. The underlying bill has a laudable goal of encouraging transparency and accountability in the EDC votes at PGM, including that EDCs must report how their votes are in the interest of the public, but it doesn't go far enough. My amendment goes further and would require specific details in their report explaining not only the interests of the public, but how their votes make electricity more affordable for ratepayers. Electric prices are on the rise as we speak. On June 1st, the effects of last year's PJM capacity market began to affect electric consumers' electric bills. According to the PA-PUC, typical residential price to compare increases among major utilities ranged from 5 to 16% from May to June 2025. Although some smaller utilities serving portions of northeastern and north central Pennsylvania will see even larger increases. So in just 1 month, from May 2025 to June 2025, the rate increases were between 5 and 16%. This amendment will further the underlying goal of the bill and add another layer of accountability to our EDCs. Please join me in supporting this important addition that will further the goals of transparency and accountability. I urge a yes vote on my amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Rapp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Southeast Pennsylvania for raising these issues, which I believe are indeed quite substantive and is the impetus for the bill itself around how we hold these utility companies and PJM, which is our regional transmission operator, to account through transparency. And thus the provision in my bill directly addresses issues that include affordability within the mandate to ask for how these votes lead to what is best for the public benefit. So because it's baked into there, this is not an agreed to amendment, and I encourage a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. For what purpose does the gentlelady, Representative Krueger, rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
The gentlelady is in order.
Madam Speaker, I make a motion to table Amendment 1331 pursuant to Rule 59.
Representative Krueger moves that Amendment A1331 be laid on the table. On that question, members are reminded that the motion to lay on the table is debatable by only the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On the motion, the chair recognizes Representative Marcel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about why we need to vote on this amendment, because it focuses on the critical needs of the Commonwealth's power supply by making sure we prioritize dependable energy sources like natural gas and nuclear power, while we are focused on an all-of-the-above approach, but that we ensure that we have a safe, reliable, and affordable energy mix
The gentlelady
within the
will
Commonwealth.
suspend. The gentlelady is reminded that the motion, that we're debating the motion to table, not the underlying amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason why we need to vote no on tabling this motion is that we need to ensure that the Commonwealth is looking at reliability, affordability, and looking at our energy supply for the future. So please join me in voting no on the motion to table.
The chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the minority leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, we have a motion to table on an amendment that is within the scope of the bill and also demonstrates the need for reliable baseload generation to secure our grid. This motion to table will cut off debate on one of the issues that has been spoken of since the beginning of the year when it comes to the reliability of the grid and the cost for consumers. This is, in fact, the chamber where this debate should take place. This is the language that should be debated, and I oppose the motion to table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the motion, the ayes are 102, the nays 101. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the amendment is laid on the table. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 246, printer number 1009 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires a school entity, non-public school or private school to notify parents and guardians and school employees of incidents with the possession of weapons, bullying, harassment, injury, or damage to school property.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Schweier offers Amendment A01363. Will the House agree to the amendment? Okay. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lehigh, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for an affirmative vote on Amendment A01363, which I believe are the numbers. I left my glasses in my office. And the amendment, ma'am, focuses this legislation towards notification on weapons issues in schools, strips out some of the other provisions that were added by amendment in the Senate. This has the support of the prime sponsor of the legislation in the Senate, and I ask again for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. The chair is in receipt of a motion to reconsider by Representative Kruger and Schlossberg that the vote by which Amendment A01363 was adopted be reconsidered. The question is on the motion. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 The clerk will record the vote. On the motion, the yeas are 102, the nays are 101. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the motion passes. It is the chair's understanding that Representative Gleim withdraws Amendment A01384. The chair thanks the gentlelady. Representative Gleim offers Amendment A01383. On the amendment, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that you all will consider my amendment 1383, which requires notification to be included in the report to PDE required by the School Safety and Security Grant Program. Let me explain something. I spent a whole day with Max Schachtner from Florida, whose son was killed at Sandy Hook. And during that day, when he was in Pennsylvania, he said one of the main problems with school safety and security is that school districts don't report their bullying through the PIMS system. That's the Pennsylvania Information Management System. And so he can't compile which areas of the state are actually at risk for a school violent incident. It is very important that all school districts are reporting their harassment, their violent activities into the PIMS so that people like Max and his organization can actually help school safety and security. And I don't believe that any of these schools who are not reporting this information should be getting school safety and security grant funds if they're not doing their due diligence. I really encourage you to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment as well. This was an issue that we discussed a little bit in committee because, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, we spend a lot of money elsewhere in our budget on the school safety grants. We recognize the needs that come with that. And while I recognize that parental notification is very important, as a parent who has had students in the school system and had encounters that I wish we had been notified about, the truth is we as policymakers should also have access to some level of information so that we can make good determinations regarding when, where, and how much to appropriate to the school safety grants. Simply requiring the schools to follow through, as the good lady proposes, makes sense for us as policymakers, and I would urge a yes vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. and recognizes the gentleman from Lehigh, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment A01383 is not an agreed to amendment. Furthermore, it's not an agreed to amendment with the prime sponsor over in the Senate. And as we're trying to work bipartisanly and bicamerally, I ask for a negative vote. Thank you, ma'am.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 101 and the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Schweier offers amendment A01363. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for an affirmative vote on A01363. Rinse and repeat from what I said earlier. Thank you, ma'am.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 164, the nays are 39. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amendment will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1507, printer's number 1762 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for out-of-state college students residing in Pennsylvania would be eligible to purchase a hunting license at a resident rate.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For those of us that care about seeing the great American tradition of hunting continuing to flourish in Pennsylvania, It is important to look for opportunities to increase access. Because out-of-state college students are currently paying for non-residence licenses, oftentimes a student's limited finances prevent them from hunting in Penn's Woods. This legislation would provide that out-of-state college students would be eligible to purchase a hunting license at a Pennsylvania resident rate. The Pennsylvania Game Commission, as well as backcountry hunters and anglers, and the Pennsylvania Federation of Sportsmen and Conservationists strongly support this legislation. I ask for your support as well. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 198, the nays are 5. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 640, printer's number 2052, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar C, for concurrence in Senate amendments as amendment by the House. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments asserted by the Senate as amended by the House? The chair recognizes Representative Williams for a brief description of the Senate amendments as amended by the House.
Madam Speaker, thank you. As amended, this bill simply extends the sunset dates for 2 judicial surcharges that fund statewide court operations and extends the sunset dates for all provider assessments under Pennsylvania's Medical Assistance Program. I would simply ask members to support House Bill 640 on concurrence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted?
Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 183, the nays are 20. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the House of Representatives being introduced to inform that the House has concurred in the amendments made by the Senate to House Bill number 640.
Chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read. The clerk will strike the extract. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 956, printers number 175. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 129, printers number 1875 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the unfair trade practices and consumer protection law to create consumer protection requirements for negative option subscription plans.
Representative Miller offers A 01080. Will the House agree the amendment on that question? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of Amendment A0180, which will remove the one and only business in all of Pennsylvania that is to be excluded from the requirements of this bill. At the outset, I support this legislation and I agree with the goal of the bill, which is to end the practice of businesses automatically enrolling someone who signs up for an introductory offer to then be automatically enrolled in a recurring subscription. However, of the thousands of business entities that would be subject to this law, there was one group that received a special carve-out in the bill: health clubs. Thus, under the current language of the bill, if a person signs up for an online introductory subscription for any other business, they can't be automatically enrolled in an ongoing membership. However, if they sign up for an online membership to a health club, they can be enrolled in a recurring subscription without the protections afforded by this bill. Our legal system is founded on the principle that all receive equal treatment, not special treatment under the law. For one group and only one group out of the thousands of varied businesses in Pennsylvania to get a special treatment undermines this principle and raises legitimate questions among other businesses as to why they didn't get this carve-out. I would note that the Health Club Act, which governs health clubs, already sets forth cancellation requirements by means of certified mail or in-person service. But if a health club chooses to offer online introductory subscriptions, my amendment will remove their special carve-out and will prohibit them, like every other business, from enrolling consumers into a recurring subscription without providing them with the consumer protections included in this bill. Madam Speaker, beyond the argument that all businesses should be treated equally under the law, there is an additional reason to adopt my amendment, namely, the Federal Trade Commission's negative option rule, which is set to take effect on July 14, 2025. The negative option rule is almost identical to House Bill 129 and contains many of the same consumer protections. However, unlike House Bill 129, health clubs are not exempt from the federal rule. Madam Speaker, by adopting Amendment A01080, we will bring this bill into alignment with the federal standard and will remove the special carve-out given to health clubs so that the entire business community, regardless of type, will be treated equally under the law. Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote on A01080. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The chair, thank you to the gentleman for his work on this amendment. But these entities, health clubs, are already subject to safeguards from unfair contract practices by the Pennsylvania Healthcare Club Act. Removing this exemption would create a duplicative legal framework, and therefore this is not an agreed to amendment, and I would urge my colleagues for a no vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks, Representative Prokopiak. Gentleman waves off. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 96, the nays are 107. The amendment fails. Representative Borowski offers A01335. Will the House agree the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment in the bill, gentlelady from Delco, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment. We worked with several of the groups who were interested in this legislation. All this does is change the timeline for the pre-renewal notifications, and that it would be no more than 35 days before removal. So this was an increase from 30 days. And this change helps align the bill's requirement closer to what exists in other states with similar laws, allowing for easier compliance, and covers situations where notifications are sent 31 days before renewal. This also extends the effective date to 180 days, allowing companies offering subscriptions and other negative option plans more time to make sure their renewal processes are compliant. I would urge my colleagues for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. Senate Bill 90, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. Senate Bill 90, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair recognizes Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 956, printers number 1975, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for the offense of aggravated assault.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Kincaid offers A01286. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The underlying bill would add a 40th category to the aggravated assault statute, adding still more people against whom a simple assault with a maximum punishment of 2 years in prison would automatically become an aggravated assault with a maximum punishment of 20 years in prison. If we carry on this way, a simple assault will be meaningless under our laws. Originally, the section being amended applied solely to police officers, firefighters, and parole officers. Since then, we have added categories including judges, the governor, psychiatric aides, private detectives, waterway conservation officers, DEP employees, parking enforcement officers, liquor control enforcement agents, public utility employees, and many others, including ourselves in the General Assembly. And how is doling out greater punishment based not on the intent or severity of the assault, but on the employment status of the victim, not the intellectual equivalent of a thought crime that so many in this body reject? I won't argue that additional accountability is unnecessary when an individual targets someone for violence because of their job. However, is that accountability worth 20 years of their life? Especially when prosecutors and judges already can and do take individual circumstances of a case or the status of a victim into account. And I need you all to understand what actually constitutes a simple assault. It's a scratch, a bruise, a cut, it's a slap, it's a forceful shove. Converting what is otherwise a misdemeanor under our laws into a second-degree felony does not make our communities safer and does not undo the harm done by those acts. But what it does do is tell a survivor of rape that we are so fragile that someone bruising us is equivalent to the trauma that they experienced. It tells a person whose home has been burglarized that someone scratching us is the equivalent to the level of invasion that they are feeling. I cannot, in good conscience, tell victims of violent crime that these are the same. So my amendment would lower the grading of offenses under these sections to a first-degree misdemeanor. It would increase the level of accountability while not being such an extreme escalation. However, while I believe that the time to make these changes is now, I understand that this assembly is not yet there, and so I am withdrawing this amendment and all other amendments. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware County rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
The gentlelady is in order and may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I make a motion to table Amendment A01374 pursuant to Rule 59.
The gentlelady, Representative Kruger, moves that A01374 be laid on the table. On that question, members are reminded that the motion to lay on the table is debatable by the leaders. The amendment under consideration, that sponsor, the prime sponsor of the bill. On the motion, the chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Ham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to tabling Amendment
A01374, because there are millions of Pennsylvanians whose voices would be heard through this amendment. Madam Speaker, we are sent here to debate issues and how they will impact Pennsylvanians. And by tabling amendments, we're not allowing that debate to happen. So I rise today asking for opposition to the motion to table so that the voices of millions is not iced out.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper, the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the motion to table. I agree that this is an amendment that falls within the scope of the bill in chief that we're voting on and should be debated. I also would like to say I think the reason why this debate particularly is important, I agree with some of the points made by the lady from Allegheny County on the fact that this does seem we continue to expand this particular class. I think we need to be careful of that, which is why more debate is needed, not less, and I would oppose the motion to table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 102, the nays are 101. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the amendment is laid on the table. Chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 90, printer's number 0045 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides that testing for fire and emergency services training at the firefighter 1 level may be completed by a test following completion of each module of the training program or a cumulative test following completion of the entire program.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill without amendment. Colleagues, if I can have your attention, we have some special guests who have dropped in for afternoon session. Please take your seats. We are delighted to have members this afternoon from the Philadelphia City Council joining us, starting with a former member and the gentleman who now serves the 2nd Councilmanic District, the president of Philadelphia City Council. Kenyatta Johnson is here. Please stand. is joined by another former colleague of ours. He serves the 6th Councilmanic District, Mike Driscoll. Council member, welcome back. We have the gentlelady that serves the 7th Councilmanic District, Councilmember Ketsi Lozada. Welcome. And one of the distinguished members of council who serves the entire city, Councilmember Nina Ahmad. Welcome. And as former staff, they are joined by hard-working Philadelphians who keep the lights on. Staff, please stand. Thank you for your hard work. The chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Bill's number and title as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor. And the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. Senate Bill 90, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1553, printers number 1835 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for financial fee protections for accounts.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 1553, a modest but meaningful step toward protecting consumers from excessive overdraft and non-sufficient funds fees. Mr. Speaker, the bill does 4 simple things to protect consumers. It caps the fees banks and credit unions can charge for overdraft and non-sufficient funds. It limits how many times those fees can be charged per customer per day. It requires clear, upfront disclosure of all fees so consumers know what to expect. And it stops NSF fees on declined transactions. In other words, you can't be charged when a transaction doesn't go through. These changes aim to stop people from being buried in compounding fees and bring fairness and transparency back to everyday banking. At a time of rising prices, from groceries to clothing to utilities, people simply can't afford these excessive fees when they're already on tight budgets. Excessive fees disproportionately impact low to moderate income people and our seniors on fixed incomes. We must ensure that financial institutions are clear about their fees and that they don't engage in predatory practices like not clearly disclosing fees and enacting excessive penalties on consumers. People should be able to trust their bank or credit union with their hard-earned cash, not be taken advantage by them and fall further into a cycle of debt. Mr. Speaker, I will submit the balance of my comments for the record, but I urge an affirmative vote on House Bill 1553. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Diorsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution establishes that state laws cannot supersede federal law. This bill attempts to regulate, from the state's perspective, federally chartered banks. This cannot be, as it's arguably unconstitutional. Not only that, but this bill, if enacted, would inadvertently create a competitive disadvantage for PA, chartered banks, and credit unions. For these reasons, I cannot support it, and I urge my colleagues to follow suit. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentlelady from Bucks, Representative Marcel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to HB 1553. I really appreciate the intentions of the sponsor, but I have concerns with how it would affect community banks in my district. I believe that HB 1553 may lead to some of the smaller banks, like the ones in my district, being placed at a distinct disadvantage to some of the national competitors and may force them out of the market entirely. Community banks in my area are great partners, not only in our community, but they also, I've heard stories from people in my district that have approach some of the larger national banks for funding mortgages or trying to help them, and they get turned down, but the community banks figure out a way to help them. And so I don't believe, while I appreciate the intention of this bill, I don't believe that it's actually going to help my constituents and the banks in my district. And I did just want to mention that one of those is Penn Community Bank. They're headquartered in Doylestown. I'm talking about Bucks County and in the southeast. We have 20 branches: Levittown, Bensalem, Riegelsville, Perkasie, Bristol, Doylestown, Lansdale, Allentown, Newtown, New Britain, New Hope, Southampton, Dublin, Yardley, Warminster, Quakertown, Pipersville. These are all parts of our community that are very important. Again, I appreciate where this is coming from, but at this time when we have affordability issues, we have housing problems, we have people that are trying to figure out how to make ends meet, we don't need to do this to our community banks. Please vote no on HB 1553. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise also to oppose House Bill 1553. Will reduce regulatory oversight at the state level. It would incentivize state charter banks and credit unions to recharter federally, which would significantly reduce state regulatory authority over the Commonwealth's banking system. It also inserts the government, Mr. Speaker, into the free market, tampering with competition. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we really need to start teaching financial literacy, and that would be the main reason that would solve all these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to House Bill 1553 as well. Mr. Speaker, this bill has serious preemption issues. Within the definition of banking institutions within the bill, it includes federally chartered banks. You do not have to take my word for this. The problem this poses, though, you merely have to look at the transcript of the committee debate where the sponsor of the bill admits to the gentlelady from Bucks County that he believed this would have preemption problems as well for federally chartered banks and credit unions. If that is not enough, I want to take you to Title 12 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 7.4007, where it states, Section B states, a national bank may exercise its deposit-taking powers without regard to state law limitations concerning, among other things, checking accounts. Section 7.4002 also states under Section D that preemption principles applies to fees established in that section, including non-interest charges and fees. Mr. Speaker, given federal regulations and the bill's sponsor's own omissions, I think it is quite clear that this bill has serious preemption concerns. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, while bigger federal charter banks will be preempted, smaller state charter banks, like the bank headquartered in my district, CMB Bank, will be negatively affected by this bill as well. CMB Bank is a bank that is steadily growing over many years and is a big boost to my legislative district. CMB helps people and businesses in the community get loans and expand and grow our economy. This bill creates an uneven regulatory balance and unfairly targets our smaller banks, like CMB Bank. It is policies like House Bill 1553 that will lead to the end of free checking accounts at some point and higher fee costs elsewhere. I ask, who does that really hurt the most? Mr. Speaker, I urge a no vote, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Center, Representative Benninghoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much has been said in this, and I actually kind of agree. I do question the constitutionality of this, as well as the conflict between the federal and state regulated banks. That said, I would ask you to think about your community banks. A lot of the things that we do in our communities, a lot of the support goes into some of the philanthropic work in our communities, sponsoring ball clubs, sponsoring schools, and a lot of extra activities are by your community banks. I think the last speaker said it best. People are making decisions. I remember a very similar debate when ATM fees came along years ago. Those are kind of a cost of doing business, and people complained they were getting charged for drawing $20 out, then they would get a fee charge. They draw another $20 out. Financial literacy would tell you to draw enough money out at one time and only pay one fee. And I see the same situation here. We're trying to encourage people to be good stewards of their own money. Community banks are there whenever some of the larger ones can't be. Most importantly, I think this bill would be a deterrent to the growth of our smaller community banks, which oftentimes are the only banks available in many of our small rural communities. And I would ask for a no vote on House Bill 1553. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 102, the nays 101. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1572, printers number 1885 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill increases the maximum tax credit available for each project under the Historic Preservation Incentive Tax Credit.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Goldenhauer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise for House Bill 1572, which will have an immense impact on the Historic Preservation Tax Credit with zero cost to the Commonwealth. In a little over a decade, we've increased the annual cap of the Historic Preservation Tax Credits from $3 million in 2012 to $5 million in 2019 and $20 million just last year in 2024. Clearly, the interest in preserving historic building continues to increase, but what has not increased is the cap on the amount of credits one project can receive. It remains at $500,000. My legislation increases the per project maximum credits to $1.5 million. I believe this accomplishes 2 important goals. It would make projects more feasible, as the renovation costs for projects have grown, particularly when extra care must be taken to preserve historic spaces. We know only one of the most recent projects that applied was less than $10 million. The second goal this increase would achieve is more applicants, as we keep hearing that many projects never submit applications because the current cap limit provides little to no incentive considering the higher cost of historic preservation projects. Again, I want to reiterate, this legislation spends no additional dollars, but would likely have a major impact towards driving new interest in new historic preservation projects by increasing the per project cap from its current $500,000 maximum to $1.5 million. Colleagues, I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote. 140 on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 141. The nays are 62. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative. The bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 95, printer's number 1019 on page 2 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill permits emergency medical services providers to distribute naloxone to a caregiver of a patient that has overdosed.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the underlying bill updates the law regarding naloxone, a provision that I believe is important and should be supported. However, while I have great respect for the gentleman from Beaver, after the recent amendment to this bill regarding relaxed licensure standards for out-of-state pharmacists, I regret that I cannot support this legislation as it stands. The bill now allows any out-of-state pharmacist to obtain a provisional license to practice here in Pennsylvania without demonstrating competency under Section 3111 of Title 63 and without review of the out-of-state licensure qualifications of the applicant. I cannot understand why we would agree to such a provision, particularly in light of the fact that Act 41 of 2019 already creates a pathway for out-of-state pharmacists to obtain a Pennsylvania credential in an expedited manner. Now, the given reason to advance this proposal is the anticipated closure of a number of Rite Aid pharmacies in Pennsylvania. This will result in several hundred pharmacists losing their jobs. But this bill undercuts the job search of those laid-off Rite Aid pharmacists by letting Walgreens, CVS, Walmart, and any other drugstore chain to bring in pharmacists from out of state rather than hiring the laid-off Rite Aid pharmacists. Now, Madam Speaker, imagine there were 2 factories in your hometown. One closes and lays off 200 workers, but the other factory is looking to hire. Would any of us propose to bring in out-of-state workers to fill the jobs at the second factory? Of course not. We would want to see them hire the workers who had been laid off. And that is the problem with the bill as amended. Rather than help these soon-to-be out-of-work Rite Aid pharmacists who, by no fault of their own, find themselves facing layoffs, this bill greases the skids for large chain drugstores to bring in out-of-state pharmacists. It just, to me, makes no sense. And let's keep in mind that historically, it has not been easy to get a professional license in this state. The Department of State has had more than its share of issues over the years in getting licenses issued in a timely manner. These Rite Aid pharmacists had to go through that process. These Rite Aid pharmacists have done everything Pennsylvania asked them to do. They patiently played by the rules to get their license to practice in this state, and now, when they are at their most vulnerable, we completely discount their efforts and enable their out-of-state competition to take the jobs they would like to obtain. With that, Madam Speaker, I would encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 95. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 126, the nays are 77. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 103, printer's number 1999, on page 1 of supplemental calendar C. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, the majority chair of Game and Fisheries, Representative Kulik, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate amended the previous printer's number of this legislation by changing the definitions of at-risk, derelict, and abandoned boats, adjusting the term salver to align with the term vehicle salvage dealer as defined under Title 75, and change the grading and penalties for offenses. The changes to this legislation are agreed to. I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 201 members on the concurrence to the Senate amendments. The yeas are 201, the nays are 2. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 309, printers number 2013, on page 1 of supplemental calendar C, for concurrence in the Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Cambria, majority chair of professional licensure, Representative Burns, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 309 makes updates to the Osteopathic Medical Practice Act for traveling team physicians and establishing qualifications for temporary license under specific circumstances. The Senate amended the bill to clarify the difference between temporary license and a temporary graduate license. I'd ask the members to vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 203, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in. The clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 354, printers number 2000, on page 1 of supplemental calendar C. The question is, will the House concur in amendments inserted by the Senate? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, majority chair of Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, Representative Solomon, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendments, amongst other things, changes the delivery mechanism where DEP is now going to deliver the curriculum through materials rather than guidelines. Now, while some changes have been made, the intent, purpose of this bill remains clear and concise. We have an opportunity to deliver curriculum to Pennsylvania students through every single county in our Commonwealth. In my county, in Northeast Philadelphia, the kids in Northeast Philly may never get to meet the kids in the gentlelady's district, whom I worked with, and I appreciate her efforts in Cumberland County. This links us all through our unique Pennsylvania story, our unique American story, through the culture, literature, food, dance, and history of all of our kids across our Commonwealth. I would appreciate a positive vote, and I look forward to working with each member of this chamber in implementing this curriculum in our districts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague from the Philadelphia area, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, to gladly support a bill that is patriotic in nature as we teach and celebrate 250 years of history of the greatest country on earth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the concurrence to the Senate amendments. The yeas are 199, the nays are 4. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 799, printers number 2027, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar C, for concurrence in the Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, the majority chair of Liquor Control, Representative Deasy, for a description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 799 would require the posting of military veterans benefit at workplaces with more than 50 full-time employees. It was amended by the Senate to allow for a workplace to meet the requirements of the bill by placing the notice on the workplace's website. Madam Speaker, I believe we can never do enough to show our appreciation to servicemen and servicewomen. We commend them a few times a year by recognizing their sacrifices and the freedoms that we enjoy. But we owe them gratitude every single day for all that they have done in service to our country. There is no better way to do that than to ensure we communicate with them about the rights and benefits that they have earned while serving our country. Madam Speaker, helping them in their everyday lives is just as important as the fanfare of holidays and other types of commemoration. They have earned access to valuable services, all while keeping us safe. We owe it to them to make sure they know their eligibility and provide that information in an easy format. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the concurrence to the Senate amendments. The yeas are 181, the nays are 22. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 865, printers number 2010, on page 2. of Supplemental Calendar C for concurrence in the Senate amendments. Question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes for a brief description of the Senate amendments the gentleman from Allegheny County, the maker of the bill, Representative Venkit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate amended the legislation to expand and clarify a number of points. First, it included the Educational Assistance Program for members of the National Guard along with the Military Family Education Program to make clear that those programs can be renewed with each new 6-year commitment to the National Guard. They also made clear that the benefits could be used for a broader range of educational benefits, and the bill was amended to allow for forgiveness of debt for those members of the National Guard for early termination of a 6-year commitment due to medical release or other factors. I want to again thank my dear friend and member of the Air National Guard, Colonel Steve Guyton, who brought this issue to my attention. I want to thank my fellow co-prime sponsor on the legislation, the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Williams, as well as Senators Pennycook and Lindsey Williams, who worked together with us to amend this bill. Finally, I want to thank the chair of our Veterans Affairs Committee, Representative Solomon, the committee staff, Senator Mastriano and their staff. Knowing that all of us share our commitment and support for the National Guard, I would ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the concurrence to the Senate amendments. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. Amendments are concurred in. Clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1431, printers number 1998, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar C for the concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Steele, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate amended the previous printer's number of this legislation by removing provisions that would have provided that at least one member of the PGC's Board of Commissioners represents the interests of agricultural communities, and that the PGC establish a self-reporting system that allows a person assigned to remove deer for crop damage purposes to report each harvest to an officer of the Commission via a toll-free telephone number, online application, or a publicly accessible internet website. These changes in the legislation are agreed to. We are so close to repealing this archaic blue law, so close. For 50 years, people have fought for this, and we are here today because of all of those that have fought for this before us. Hunters who work 6 days a week, hunting families, farmers, forest ecologists, wildlife biologists, conservationists, the Game Commission, HUSH, Hunter Nation, Backcountry Hunters, the Federation, staff here in this building, legislators like Senator Jim Brewster and Senator Dan Laughlin have carried this torch and fought hard for a long time. Because of all of them, we are here today. And we are going to be the body that finally gets this done. This is historic legislation. This is a historic day. I ask for your support in finally striking down the constraint on the freedoms of Pennsylvania hunters to engage in one of the greatest American traditions. Please vote yes, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady for the brief description of the Senate amendments. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne, Representative Haddock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Today I rise in support of House Bill 1431, repeal of Pennsylvania's prohibition on Sunday hunting. Pennsylvania has a long, rich history of hunting. This bill will grant the Game Commission full authority to allow Sunday hunting as they see fit in our hunting seasons. This bill will allow more opportunities for our hunters to enjoy with their families to get out into the woods. It gives our youth opportunity to hunt with their families. It gives working people more opportunity to go afield. Madam Speaker, 38 states in our great country allow Sunday hunting in some form. It's long overdue that Pennsylvania gives our Game Commission full authority to allow more Sunday hunting, so it's time that we support our 840,000 hunters in Pennsylvania. And I thank the good lady from Allegheny County, Representative Steele, for her hard work on House Bill 1431, and I ask my colleagues for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Minority Chair of Game and Fisheries, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought it was important, as many have asked me, about what has really changed with this bill. And there are several things that I think we need to understand. I am entering my 52nd year as a hunter and a sportsman, someone licensed by the Game Commission for many years, contrary to many of my colleagues. There's an inconsistency in this bill that I have always been concerned with. And if you remember, when I asked for the tabling of an amendment, that amendment was withdrawn in the Senate. So that's the good part of that piece of it. The single subject rule and the germaneness to this bill has always bothered me about why we don't keep it center focused on just the subject. There's a piece about trespassing here that has been very problematic to me, and I know that some of my colleagues on the other side have talked to me about the trespass issue, and I just want to be clear that when we have an inconsistency in our trespass laws, which already conflict with the dog law, it's a problem, and that is existing in this bill. There's another piece of this bill that really is handled by the Game Commission regulation, and that's deer pee. That's also in the bill. So that piece didn't find its way out as the others did, and I would be remiss if I did not keep you up to date with those inconsistencies in this bill, which I wouldn't want, in a bigger sense, to have an issue down the road as we had before with single subject rules. The piece about the commissioner, which should not have been in the bill, was removed also, and that's another good part of the removal. Those two provisions were put in another bill, which the governor may have to use his veto pen on them, as he may on an inconsistency of this one. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate your indulgence.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As an avid hunter, I rise today not in opposition to hunting itself, which is deeply rooted in tradition here within our Commonwealth, but in defense of something just as sacred. The one day a week our people still reserve for peace, rest, and reverence. Madam Speaker, for generations, Sunday has stood apart, not because it's convenient, but because it's deliberately inconvenient. It's the day when our farms fall quiet, when neighbors gather for worship, when families pause from the chase of modern life and simply spend time together. Madam Speaker, this bill threatens to erase that cultural pause, to take what little breathing room remains for landowners, hikers, horseback riders, and yes, even other hunters who choose to rest, and replace it with another day of pressure, noise, and conflict over shared land. This isn't about being anti-hunting. It's about being pro-boundary, pro-tradition, pro-rest. The rural families I represent aren't asking for every day. They're asking for one day, a day where they don't have to post signs, field complaints, or worry about shots fired near their property. Madam Speaker, I understand that schedules have changed, that modern life doesn't always make room for a full season. But I also believe government doesn't have to follow the culture of constant acceleration. Sometimes we must preserve tradition. Madam Speaker, I ask that we give our game, our people, and our Commonwealth a pause, a Sabbath, and I would urge a no vote on House Bill 1431. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Nielsen, Majority Chair of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a great day for the sportsmen and women across the Commonwealth. Being part of the Game and Fish Committee for so long and being the chair, we've tried to get all parties together and take all parties in consideration when putting this legislation forth. It took two gentle ladies from Allegheny to bring all four caucuses together, and I'd like to stand up and applaud Representative Kulik and Representative Steele for doing such a great job bringing them all together, Congratulations. I rise in support of HB 1431 for the sportsmen and women across this Commonwealth and ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Hohenstein. Gentleman waves off. Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the votes. On the concurrence to Senate amendments, the yeas are 142, the nays are 61. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 1058. With the information, the Senate has passed the same with the amendment in which the concurrence of the House of Representatives is requested.
The chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 103, House Bill 309, House Bill 354, House Bill 799, House Bill 865, and House Bill 1431, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington County, Representative O'Neill, Minority Whip, rise?
To correct the record, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Shalaba on House Resolution 5 and House Resolution 264 was recorded in the affirmative. She should have been recorded in the negative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The information will be spread across the record. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Dawkins, Majority Chair of Labor, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Labor and Industry Committee will meet tomorrow, Tuesday, July 1st at 10:30 a.m. in G50, Irvis, to consider House Bill 1676 and H.R. 228 and any other business before the committee.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 30th, 2025. House Resolution 277, House Bill 1682, both the appropriations. House Bill 1680, Education. House Bill 1684 to Finance. House Resolution 276, House Resolution 278, both to Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations. House Bill 1681 to Judiciary. House Bill 1679, State Government. And House Bill 1683 to Transportation.
The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 18, House Bill 129, House Bill 482, House Bill 956, House Bill 1234, House Bill 1261, House Bill 1532, House Bill 1574, House Bill 1599, Senate Bill 246, Senate Bill 840. The House will be at ease as we await the arrival of bills from the Senate. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. The chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, informed that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill numbered and titled as follows. House Bill 1640. Correction, House Bill 640. And Senate Bill 95.
The chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 640 and Senate Bill 95, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentlelady from Lackawanna County, Representative Kozarowski, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, July the 1st, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, July the 1st, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.